Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the world's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across timber, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across timber, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Fuck you, never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Mishikent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicles set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi everyone, I'm Nikki and I will be playing Delphine Gaia Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello everyone, my name is Jay, and for those Kofi exclusive, I really hope you get to see our fusion dance that happened, and we got pictures of. I'll be playing Forged from Failures, the Bonar Ahroun.
Hi, I'm Nabbers, and I play Quinn Kelly, the Ragabash Children of Gaia.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, Ghost Council Philodox.
Howdy, hello, Internet. My name is Echo, and for the very last time, I will be playing Willow, the Galliard of the Children of Gaia.
Howdy do, how are all of you? My name is Nick. I'll be playing Izzy, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, the Ahroun Child of Gaia, here on his second cross-show appearance in 2 weeks.
Woo! Man, that really sounded super ominous, Echo. But yes, it is potentially Willow's last appearance on Hellhounds, and let's get into why. Last week, we started with the Cigar Factory showdown between the Cult of Fenris and the Hellhounds, but it didn't end exactly as everyone expected. Some tense words were exchanged, some insults cast back and forth, but eventually an agreement was made through Delphine's prompting for a more peaceful resolution. The decision came down to assistance on an operation and a target of the worm for the cult of Fenris to attack. It was eventually decided that Quinn would join the cult of Fenris on this attack on the university. In exchange, they would leave one of their own behind. The one they're leaving behind? An elder by the name of Ethan, who was formerly of the Sept of the Weeping Willow, the original Sept in Tampa. This could provide some very interesting insight to the cult's activities, but could also provide some very interesting events for the Hellhounds that remain behind. After that, we saw Willow and Rook have a conversation, and Willow have a reunion with their family, at which point they decided that, yes, in fact, they would leave with Rook and their family to further the fight for Gaia and protection of the wilds and the wildland inhabitants up north. However, Willow demanded that Rook apologize to Quinn for all of the antagonizing and threatening that got us to this place if they were in fact going to go. Rook then helped Willow escape from the cult of Fenris and has begun leading them back to their pack after making sure that the family gets settled somewhere safe for the few days that they would be gone. After the break, we saw Forged and Jordan have a bit of a bro down where they were able to empathize with one another over what it was like to be possessed by a Bane. And while Forged had a very small taste of it, he had a lot of respect for what Jordan had suffered through over the almost 2 years he was possessed by that Bane, and it allowed them to grow a little bit closer and form somewhat of a bond. After that, we saw Raymond meet with Anna Pelfrey in hopes of finding answers on how to deal with Hashugut and Matthias. Anna told him that she could in fact help with cleansing Matthias of Hashugut, but that the damage likely had already been done and that it would probably take Matthias some time to recover. And it still is not an answer on what to do with Hashugut after they move to Raymond. There's a lot to consider, a lot more to study, and a lot more to pursue, but Anna Pelfrey told Raymond the best course of action is to find out what Hashugut wants by speaking to them directly, which we will see later this evening. That all being said, let's get to the beginning of our story where the Children of Gaia come together to try and hatch a plan to find their missing tribe mate. A new tradition has formed within the Sept of the Evening Star. The moots of the Children of Gaia, the gatherings of the representatives of one particular tribe as they have started to outnumber the other tribes within the Sept. For better or worse, depending on your opinion. But tonight's moot is missing one member, as Will-O-Wisp's well-being is yet to be discovered, or their location. So as Terrence and Isidoro and Quinn come together to discuss at the Sept Cairn, a place that is probably the most veil safe or litany safe of locations at the moment, this is where our scene begins, and the scene is yours.
I think Izzy, expecting it to be more business, has helped with Terrence setting up the mini bonfire that is traditional for these kinds of moots. However, he has brought out a sort of like standalone foldable table and has set out like a couple of drinks, but mostly like maps, and is currently looking at least at Quinn, gesturing for him to help sort of make like areas of note where these wolf scents might have gone, where Willow might have fled to. She obviously wasn't there, so she can't have gone far, right?
Quinn will do as he is requested, not really able to give too much, but will give at least a pathway as to the way he went, the way he knows stakes had gone relatively to their report. And then also he will have brought a bunch of sandwiches that he made as well.
Terrence offers a warm smile to the two of you as everything is arranged and set up. And then you can see his brow furrow slightly. Well, I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. I've become fond of these get-togethers, but what are we going to do about Willow? It doesn't seem like the Sept has any plans to move for good reason. I want to be very clear about that. This is not a criticism of their choices, but you got to do something.
At the very least, we can plan for something. We know that Willow seems to be absent from where her scents were last noted, along with a bunch of other wolves, which raises a lot of questions. On top of that, Quinn's recent, shall we say, borrowing of this plant of theirs is going to set us quite the bullseye, meaning we're able to focus their attention while maybe Willow can sneak her way out somewhere else. Like I said, we need to figure out where she might have gone, and then we're able to plan from there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't see Rook there either, so the options really are either she went back with Rook, which was an option that we were hoping wasn't the case, but he's not there either, then maybe that's the case. But if she did break away, I don't understand why she wouldn't have come to here or to me or any of the Hellhounds yet, so.
Well, I'm going to give them enough credit to say they might not want to be leading the cult back. Maybe they're taking a really long roundabout route to get back here so as not to leave a scent or a trail. They know more than any of us about the instincts required to shake off a tail or to disguise your scent. So it could be that they went down to the river and are camped by the river for a couple of days before moving back up this way to try and shake off the scent. But if they weren't at the camp, that either makes me think that maybe they have a second camp that we don't know about, or that Rook might be having them kept somewhere also, somewhere remote and distant from that place. I mean, the obvious choice would be that they're at the cult camp, but maybe they're not so obvious.
Izzy's consternation at the state of events as far as Willow's abduction massages a bit as Terrence does speak wisdom in that, being a wolf, she knows better than anyone that trailing directly back would merely allow pursuers to follow her, and doing switchbacks and all that would be safer for not only herself but her pack. And he nods and smiles before looking to his fellow Children of Gaia and asking quite plainly, well, we're mostly on the defensive. Does anyone have any other ideas for plans of action?
Well, I do have one idea. We ask Unicorn. I mean, we are the kind of go-between between the spirits and man. And while we're not usually the aggressive type to go do anything rash, perhaps a little bit of spiritual insight might help in a situation like this.
Yeah, I agree with that option.
Never waste a moment to temper our spiritual lens. Terrence, given that you are the resident theurge, I leave that to you.
Well, I think it's good to cover all of our bases. I mean, at least Unicorn can give us some insight into their well-being, maybe even tell us whether they did escape or not. And if that's the case, then we can trust that, yes, they are taking their time coming back to avoid leaving any kind of trail. But let me see if I can reach out, and we'll start there. At this point, Terrence gathers some ritualistic materials together, pulling some out of a backpack, including a little single-serving bag of Cool Ranch chips that he places in the center. He holds out a hand to Quinn and a hand to Izzy, prompting them to all join hands together as he calls out, "Wisest of patrons, gentlest of beings, we raise our voices in a howl to you to call out for your assistance in this moment. We ask for the majesty of your presence, the wisdom of your words, the strength of your hooves to join us and to tell us of the well-being of our friend and companion, Willow-Wisp. Unicorn, answer our call." There's a long pause where those words just hang in the air, almost echoing off of the trees, one layer, then the next, as they pass off into the woods. Just as it seems that there is no answer to be had, the clopping of hooves draws your attention off into the woods itself, where you see a glowing white, majestic unicorn strolling through the trees, moving with purpose. But just as it reaches the exterior, this is where the unicorn fades and is replaced by the silhouette of two individuals moving into the exterior of the cairn, one of them pausing at the outer ring as the other, the shorter and lither of the two, moves in. This one being Willow.
I will start noticing his hesitation. I will grab his arm and yank him forward. Apology first.
Introductions first, girl. Your kinseeker would have taught you that.
He knows you already. Introductions have already been made.
To the sept.
They roll their eyes so heavily. And they stand at attention. May I present Rook of Iron Bells?
Not like that, but it'll do.
I think Izzy feels a tension rise, and the two hands he's currently holding get a bit of an icy grip as he sees one of the people he's been looking for, but also a stranger.
He looks very carefully, studiously over the three of you that are in the vicinity, and his eyes fall upon Isidoro before he says, "May we approach? We come bearing no hostility or harm."
Is that right?
Yes.
You're supposed to be the old nation. You would know a howl of introductions expected, and with that he softens his gaze as he looks down to Willow, his heart beating with happiness, before going, "However, it would appear that you come bearing gifts, and so, as Wormfoe, I'm willing to overlook this transgression."
They were very eager to get here, and there was no stopping them for formality.
Apology first.
It's coming. Just... this is the way things are done. You'll learn that. But I said I'd do it. I'll do it.
You are too slow. And Willow will run at Quinn and just sort of barrel full force into him in the hug. Has never hugged him before, but is like, and is just like, you can tell their shoulders relax a little bit as I finally feel safe for half a moment.
Quinn will reciprocate the hug, kind of like tipping over and falling into whatever grass there is there, and giving a lighter hug, knowing that Willow does not like to be touched.
Rook pauses for a few more moments, kind of weighing their options, deciding how to proceed before taking a step into the clearing and closing the distance between the group of you. He pauses probably about 15 feet away and holds out his hands palm first to show that he is not carrying any weapons, that he's not showing any hostility or harm. As Will-O-Wisp said, I am Rook of Iron Bells, formerly of the North Country Protectorate. And I have come to offer an apology and an explanation for my course of action as of late. But also, and he looks over at Willow, very, very, directly, to allow them an opportunity to say goodbye before we leave.
That tenseness returns to Izzy as he paces forward, not enough to intrude on the personal space, but definitely taking a forward position as he gives Rook sort of like an up and down stare before saying, Rook of Iron Bells, I'm entwined smiles with claws, this Sep's worm foe. And though your reputation precedes you, it does not seem to match your current actions here. So, between you and Will-O-Wisp, I would like an explanation for how you got here and how you managed to escape the cult, if you do not mind.
He kind of cracks his neck and lifts his shoulders up and down as if trying to shake out some of the tension that he's clearly feeling. As requested, so shall it be. Will-O-Wisp was a part of a lupine pack up in Vermont. I am also of that pack, though of a generation or two prior to their birth. I have been overseeing that pack since my change, ensuring their well-being and protection until they fell from my sight. While my responsibilities to the Sept kept me busy, I used whatever time I could to try and seek them out. Fortunately and unfortunately, another kinseeker found them first.
You will not speak poorly of my kinseeker while you are here. You are here to show deference and apologize. Do not insult him.
I'm not insulting him. It was unfortunate because it led to all of this. Fortunate that he found you and kept you safe when I couldn't. After they had been found, knowing of Quinn's past, I began to grow aggravated at this turn of events. Unnecessarily so, he says very pointedly at Willow. For I feared for my kin's safety. I could have been more forthcoming about this, but that is what humans do, and I am still adjusting to that. Feeling like I had no need to explain myself due to my position and place within the sept, I wrongly assumed that Quinn would follow protocol. But I also could have made the process a little easier. Needless to say, I was able to round up the rest of Willow's pack, our pack, and brought them here with me to show Willow my intentions were pure. Yes, I had colluded with the cult of Fenris because I did not trust that this place would be amenable to my intentions, and I would take any help I could get. I expected, wrongfully so, an aggressive response from what I had heard of the reputation of this place. I had believed it to be full of heretics and heathens. Willow has corrected me on this assumption. And while there was discussion over whether or not they could stay, I had to inform them that their family would not be safe here, as they are not native to this region. And as this region has proven itself to be very threatening, especially to wildlife, I encouraged them that the best course of action would be to return home, to be with their family, and to continue the fight, to keep them safe and further Gaia's goals. He takes a long, deep breath. You can hear the rattling of a low growl at the back of his throat as he looks towards Quinn. Quinn, Kelly, I apologize for being so gruff and direct and threatening in my communications. There is no excuse for that behavior, and I hope you can forgive me.
Quinn will sit up from where he was hugging Willow and stand at attention in front of Rook of Iron Bells. And he will say, I appreciate the apology. I can also understand your position in this. I apologize for taking your kin from you. If I had known, I never would have. That being said, there is always an excuse for bad behavior. I can appreciate and understand it. I forgive you.
And I you. Willow has grown a great deal since their change, it is clear. And while a few of the etiquette-based lessons are still to be given, I would prefer that they knew how to survive in this new life, and you have taught them that. So I am grateful, as are the rest of their pack. You have proven yourself, or redeemed yourself in my eyes as a kinseeker. And when we return, I will be sure to inform your former sept of your success.
Thank you, Rook of Iron Bells. I greatly appreciate that. Would you like some food? And he'll gesture to whatever amalgam of food that we have as Children of Gaia.
He looks over the offerings and gives a polite bow of his head, although a little bit forced, and says, I thank you, but we just hunted earlier this day.
Understood.
With all the conversation, and particularly the apology from Rook, still sifting through the air, Izzy will merely try to get to the heart of his immediate concern as he looks to both Willow and Quinn and asks, so, did you know Rook was related?
I did not know him. I did not remember him from before my time in the cages. It was a surprise and shock to me. But when I saw the rest of my family with him, I could not deny it, and we have the same eyes.
And you, Quinn?
I was unaware of it, and it seems so was my previous sept as well. They were unaware.
Izzy will look over to Rook, and with the strength befitting his position, he will give a very, blank but focused expression. The soft edges of his lips trying their best not to creep into a disarming grin, before saying, I want you to know, with apologies said, that you have caused a great deal of suffering for these two. Many words were shared about the path here to Florida and how you hounded them. But if they're the ones who are willing to offer you forgiveness, so am I. Rook of Iron Bells, welcome formally to our mini moot. Obviously, you are free to stay or go as you see fit. Please keep in mind that as a guest here, you are expected to be on your best behavior.
I appreciate the invitation and the welcome, and I can give you all assurances. I can appreciate the invitation and the welcome, and I can give you all assurances that we have taken the precautions necessary to ensure that those you would consider enemy did not follow.
Very good.
I will say, Rook, I am fine here. I am safe here. I know the way back. You do not have to stay if you do not want to.
I think it is fair and appropriate to give you the space that you can speak comfortably and freely, and I would look after our pack. But Will-O-Wisp, I'm holding you to your word that you will return. We have only but a few days left before we must begin the journey north.
I understand. I will keep my word.
Entwine smiles with claws. Quinn Kelly. And then he bows his head to Terrence, who has stayed quiet, just letting the moment hang. I appreciate your invitation, but I will take my leave, as this is a moot of the Children of Gaia, and I am a Red Talon. I would not wish to interfere with the affairs. But know that I leave in peace with no ill intent. And when Willow has said their proper farewell, we will leave your territory in peace, leaving it as good, if not better, than we found it. He gives a deep bow of his head, respectfully, before taking a few steps back and then turning, moving towards the tree line, and dropping into lupus form as he hits the edge of the trees.
Izzy will keep his sort of like forward-facing pose, and as soon as he sees the tail vanish into the brush, he breaks, smile, and goes straight for the hug.
And Willow will happily accept. No, it's group hug time. Everyone gets hugs. Everyone gets hugs.
Holy shit, you... Oh my god, what happened? What happened?
It was really bad. I was in a hole for 3 days, and I did not eat because I could not eat what he had given me because he was holding me captive, and it was terrifying. And he was I thought it was nation trickery, but then he said that the family was here and that I could see them, and I haven't seen them because I thought I was too dangerous and I didn't want to hurt anybody, and I was so scared, and they just start crying, just full sobbing, just like holding Izzy so tight, like a security blanket.
Izzy will look to Quinn. That explains the wolves, right?
And the fact that I smelt her there, too.
But, and they'll wipe the tears off their face and just sort of back up a little bit. He's right that, they're in danger and it's getting worse back home, and I need to go back, and I don't want to go back, and because I care about all of you, but I can't let them suffer without someone to speak for them, because they can't speak the way I can, and he's not going to be the face of anything. I'm going to make sure he knows that I am not here to bend to his red talon bullshittery. But I can't stay here knowing that they're suffering without me.
Quinn will get a little bit down on Willow's level, and kind of put his hands on their shoulders, to try and calm them. Hey, it's okay. You can choose to go with them.
I know how important it is here, and we were gonna open the cairn, but it's so hard to like decide these things. But the only way I knew he was ever going to apologize for all that he did was if I said yes, and he needed to apologize because he hurt us. And he hurt me, and he hurt you, and he caused so much pain. And the deal with Fenris is, it's all so backwards and stupid and fucked up. And I clearly need to teach him how to behave, because he does not behave. So I have to go back. But I wanted to say goodbye properly. So, Willow will grab behind the back of their neck, and it sounds like glass snapping in half as the shadow shard comes apart, and they will wrap it around Quinn's wrist, and it just sort of solidifies back into a solid surface. It is the shadow shard that Unicorn gave me. I will not need it where I am going. I know that place well, but you will need it here. So I give it to you willingly, brother of my tribe.
Quinn, there's definitely some tears forming in Quinn's eyes, but he's trying to hold it back, and he says, "Thank you, Willow. I really appreciate that."
You've done so much for me. You all did just so much for me, and I can't thank you enough for what you've taught me and how much care you've put into me. And I don't think I would have ever gotten that anywhere else. I don't really fit in nation spaces. Rook has made that very clear, that my etiquette needs work. Fuck that shit. But you guys wanted to help me genuinely, and I can never repay that. So I wanted to make sure you at least had a leg up on them, because they sound like every moment I was in the pit alone, I could hear the feet above me stomping, and there were so many feet above me all the time.
You're stronger than you know, Willow. And I can think of at least one way you can thank us.
Name it and it's done.
With that, Izzy glances over to Terrence. Hey, you feel like maybe trying to call on Unicorn again? This time the four of us? I heard fourth people, second time's the charm. Or however the saying goes.
Yeah, I can do that. Although I will say, Willow, the best thing that you can do, the way you can honor us or repay us, though there is no repayment necessary, this is just what we do with no expect of reprisal. Carry what you've learned here with you. Teach it to others. Help dispel the rumors and words that are said about this place, because Rook's sentiment is one that is shared amongst many within the nation. Even in my sept, one of the most peaceful septs in Georgia, there were words spoken and fears expressed and concerns about this place and what they're doing here. You can help dispel those concerns on your journey. You can help show that this sept, this new nation that is forming, seeks a change that is good for all Guru. That they don't seek harm or to destroy the ways of old, but to evolve into a new world to help fight for Gaia. If you do that, that is more than enough repayment necessary. And as long as you think of us and carry us with you, we will be with you. As will Unicorn. And once again, Terrence prompts everyone to join hands as he again gives out the summoning call to Unicorn. And as all of you close your eyes and breathe as one, projecting your senses, your desire outward, it's the crunching of chips that draws you to open your eyes once more as you see the horse's nuzzle in the bag, seemingly chewing before lifting up, the bag still attached to the end of their muzzle, their long, glorious horn protruding out from the center of their forehead. Unicorn shakes their mane and their muzzle, the bag dropping from it to the ground as they look over each of you individually. There is a sparkle in their eyes. As they take in the entire setting, looking you one by one. You can tell that if a horse could smile, it would be at the unity of their pride mates all in one place.
Well, my children, it's good to see you all together once more.
It is good to be seen, Unicorn. We have called you here for a very particular purpose, not least. We have called you here for a very particular purpose, not least of which is the return of Willow. For tonight, above all else, I would like to invite you to witness us as we accept and remember that which we have accomplished since coming together as Children of Gaia.
So witnessed. Proceed.
Izzy will then begin conducting the social rite of acceptance. Sorry, accomplishment.
Go ahead and describe Izzy's take on this rite, because despite the fact that there are kind of standard rites and ways of doing those rites, every individual who enacts it, every rite master, as it were, has their own way of performing such a rite. So what is Izzy's?
Izzy will sort of take the elder position at the head of the bonfire as he reaches with one of the loose sticks that might have been put in, long burned, no longer, a light, but more so just smoldering now. And he will chip off a bit of the edge to get this sort of like pseudo charcoal to get the ash going as he smears it between his fingers and rubs it at a portion here or there of his neck to mark him as the one who is the first to speak, and goes, Will-O-Wisp, as eldest amongst us, I, entwined smiles with claws, do hereby acknowledge your accomplishments herein. First of all, you were the first one I managed to train since coming here. And as much as you feel like you failed us or didn't repay us enough, with everyone here, I don't know where I would be right now. I don't think I would be Wormfoe, and I don't think I would be willing to fight as hard as I am now for the defense of Gaia. And to that, Willow, I owe you my thanks. And with that, he will pass a bit of the wood on to the next person who wishes to speak. However, in between people giving their acknowledgments to Willow's accomplishments, he will cast a very keen and honestly quite cheeky glance at Quinn before whispering, if you want to be a shitster, Ragabash usually make issue with these stories.
Quinn will take the stick, giving a wry smile to Izzy, and say, when I first met you, Willow, you were a terrible Garu. You were the worst I've ever met in my entire life. I'm sorry, but you were. But you showed a willingness to learn, a willingness to want to understand, and most importantly, you showed care. I greatly appreciate what you have taught me in understanding how to be around people and not be as strict as the nation has taught me to be. And he will pass the stick.
At this point, Terrence will take the stick and just look at Willow with the warmest of smiles. You came to us a pup, seeing the world through new eyes. Excited, but also anxious and scared. One who would not fight. One who would not curse. One who would not lift a harmful word to anyone. But with an open mind and a keen spirit, you took the challenges that this life presents. You took the lessons that your fellow guru offered to give wholeheartedly and willingly. And in doing so, we're no longer a pup. You were and are a guru. But the lessons never stop. Not here, not up north. Not even when you join at Unicorn's side when all is said and done. You will always have more to learn. So with everything that's changed, let one thing remain the same. That constant seeking of knowledge and understanding. That constant desire to grow and change and accept. And also, that bountiful energy and youthful nature that makes you endlessly charming and very, very hard to be upset with. He smiles again, passing the stick back to Izzy.
As Izzy takes the stick again, he will gesture for Willow to approach.
Oh, Willow runs up and grabs it and stands on a log immediately. I have words to say about my tribe, brothers, one and all. We will start with Terrence. Terrence, you are quiet and calm and cautious, but your spirit is wide and full of knowledge and good thoughts and good things to share and impart, and you taught me about spirits, and I will be forever grateful for that, because it is very confusing how they want to operate, but I am more than willing to learn, and you showed me that it is important to do so. Izzy, you are so sad, and I'm so sorry you are so sad. Your eyes feel so much pain, and I can see it every time you look at me with that smile, clearly hiding something behind it. But your heart is so big and so open, and you so want to help, and I am so happy that I have met you. And Terrence too, I didn't say that, but I meant to. Because like, you are such fantastic teachers. And because you have such big hearts, you are very good teachers, and that's very important, especially for a worm foe who must know when to make difficult calls. If you do not have the empathy to do so, you will fail. So your heart is good, and I'm glad you have it. And to my biggest of brothers, my biggest and bestest brother, Quinn Kelly, you kept me safe. Even though we were hounded by dangers, you knew I would not fit in the spaces you were brought up. And you made sure I would be safe. And for that, I am forever grateful. And you are so kind. And I don't care what anyone says, what your past was. You are a good person. And you should not forget that. Good person. That is all. And I will step down from the log and hand the stick back to Izzy.
With the stick back in his hand, he will chip off another segment of it and toss one bit and then another bit back into the bonfire as he goes. And so, as your peers have made note, Will-O-Wisp, Galliard, child of Gaia, it is with heavy hearts that we look to you now and say that you are a true warrior, you are a true friend, and you are loved. Unicorn witnesses your acts herein, and were any to oppose you, let them face the black horn of Unicorn's fury. Know that going forward, you, like all of us here, had a first pack. But it was very rarely the last or the only. Wherever your paws may tread, know that even in memory, we will be there to support you.
Terrence pipes up. Also, you can always come back. But you need a safe
that
harbor or well, it needs to be said. You gotta make sure you cover all the bases. You gotta be very literal with lupus borns, making sure that they understand.
Hey,
This is the
I've
script
gotten
when they
better.
taught me the right, okay?
I got better at the sarcasms and the ironicisms. I've gotten better at it. It's funny. It's good. And I kind of understand it now. But I have every intention to return. But I don't know when the fight will be done because it is bad. But someone needs to be the light in the dark. And that is my duty and my job. So says Ember. So that is what I will do. But the moment I can come home, I want to. Okay?
We'll be here, defending Gaia, like we always do.
As you all share some more stories, some laughs, some words of wisdom, it's not goodbye. Because in Guru culture, goodbye is so final. That optimism amongst the children of Gaia is so necessary in these days, in the days seemingly leading to apocalypse. Instead of goodbye, it's more like until the next time we meet, until the next time our paths cross. But before you part ways, Isidoro has one last act as elder amongst the children of Gaia to perform.
As he's sifted through the various rites he knows and a lot of just reminiscing over Willow's time before, during, and what the horizon might bring for after she departs with her family. Izzy will obviously pass glances to Quinn, who is the second eldest, allow them to speak before casting a very pointed look at Terrence and goes, "And before we bid adieu, I believe a few months ago, a certain theurge convinced a certain suicidal Ahroun not to make a fool of himself, and in a barn lifting seeds, he promised that at the next moot he could, he would guarantee something happens."
Terrence gives a deer in the headlights look to Izzy before leaning in to whisper, "This evening's about Willow. Don't make it about me."
Well, we need to give Willow at least one major duty as Galliard. Willow?
Sir! And we'll stand at attention with full salute.
As a gibbous moon, would you be so kind as to perform the deeds of Terrence as we now recount to you, in the form befitting your song, if you would be so kind, for we have a new name to give to Terrence.
A deed? I've never done a deed. Oh, this is exciting. Okay, yes, yes, sir. 100%, sir. And we'll just sort of start mildly humming as words start to be spoken. Our dear Terence, tonight we recognize you in the light of the moon under Luna's embrace, to give you a name true to your actions and your deeds. May our brothers speak now for what your name should be.
For your wisdom, for your duty, for the great feats both here and at a new cairn. Something very prestigious given your young age as a Garu. I, Entwine Smiles with Claws, do acknowledge your renown, Terence, and for your deeds, for those who came before you, I grant you the deed name of Honors' Seeker.
Terence bows his head in acceptance of this. Every day, I seek to do Aiden Goodspeed proud. For if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't know this life. In fact, I'd most likely be on the opposite side of this conflict that you are currently now facing. For I was within the threatening and salivating jaws of Fenris. But it was because of him that I walk free, that I run beside Unicorn, that I teach all that I have gained in the short time as a guru. I thank you for this honor. Entwine Smiles with Claws, Will-O-Wisp, Quinn Kelly. I will continue to do him proud, and hopefully all of you proud as well.
One last group hug.
One last group hug.
With a new path, a new name, one last embrace, this moot of the Children of Gaia comes to a close. It's not the last goodbye, Willow will say before parting, but perhaps it's the most important. We now transition to our next scene. Our next scene begins in the state park cairn later that evening. The Children of Gaia moot has dispersed, and Delphine, Gaia speaker, and Raymond Gorn have arrived at the cairn with a very specific purpose, a very specific goal in mind. The bonfire near the center of the cairn is blazing brightly, casting light all around, but also casting just as many shadows amongst the trees. It's a peaceful night, a quiet night. But while there's always the looming presence of danger in the life of Guru, this place protects from that, gives respite for a short while. But in the back of your minds, you can't help but think of what situation you find yourself in. The cult of Fenris quite literally at your door, and now a very strange and potentially dangerous peace agreement between the two of you, at least a temporary truce of sorts. And then there's the knowledge that this cult actually knows this area quite well, especially amongst the elders, and that they are tied in to the ongoing development of this place over the past several decades. So with that in mind, you go to speak to another who was once tied in with this place and is even more so now, evermore. Elara, the White Wolf, the spiritual guardian of the Sept. As you both arrive, settling yourselves beside the fire, preparing to make a call out to the spirit, the scene is yours.
Delphine will be sitting by the fire and glance over at Ray and just tilt her head. Did you want me to answer anything before we call Elara? I know you were gone for a couple weeks.
Sitting by the fire, kind of soaking in the heat, a rabbit that he had hunted earlier that day, sitting in between his legs on the ground, looking up at Delphine. I mean, the last bit I kind of heard about the cult was that we needed to stay away from them. Charles warned me about them, kind of gave me a little bit of a rundown, but I don't know what was discussed while I was gone, what new information was discovered. You can give me a quick rundown on that. I would appreciate it.
Well, basically, the leaders of this cult, Ethan and Plato, or Brandon, they were from here before. They were part of the old sept before it all fell. They left. I don't know why, but they did. And the spirit that we're going to be speaking to, Elara, that white wolf that wanders around here, she also used to be a Geru of that old sept. So she might have some information that we can glean if we're going to have that Ethan guy in the cigar factory, in our cairn. I want to have every advantage I can against him. I do not want to go into letting a shadow lord into our home and him doing whatever it is he's going to try to do, because he is going to try to pull something.
I can see it, but I do know that he made a promise. I mean, it's a loose promise, but what he's going to do is probably not as front-facing as I can really think at the moment. It'll probably be something saying certain things and needling us in ways that will give him an advantage when the others come back, potentially.
Yeah, when I spoke to Eliza and she taps her head, she was telling me when Ethan showed up at the cigar factory, she was telling me through a little gift I learned recently that he will keep his word. So I don't believe that he will in any capacity try to physically harm us, but emotional, mental attacks, those are still on the board. And I can 100% see him trying to poke at us.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the deal was that while he was in the factory with us, he wouldn't hurt us. That was the deal that was made, right? The promise he made.
Yeah, and in his mind, he might not be harming us. He might just be having a conversation that we don't like.
Fair enough. It's just if Eliza said that he keeps to his promises and that he won't go back on it, then maybe there's a different avenue he'll take.
Regardless, I want to find out what avenues those could be. I want to find out as much as I can about this man, stranger. He was from here before. He knows the area. He knows the situation. I'm sure he knows the leeches. But if we can get some insight into who he is as a person, it can help us better steel ourselves against whatever he might bring to the table.
I 100% agree. Whatever we can get, whatever we can learn about him will be great help. So,
You haven't spoken to Elara before, have you?
I don't believe I have.
She's like steaks.
Oh, cool. Okay, then I think the second gift I brought might actually work pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and she'll look to the trees and she'll stand up from her chair and she'll let out a howl with the intention behind it as a call to Elara.
Okay. Give me a charisma and persuasion.
Can I assist?
Yes. If you wish to join into the howl.
I will.
Not bad for me. It's 3 successes.
Okay. After a few moments, after the howl's sound just starts to die out, from behind the flames of the fire, which kill your night vision at first, steps the glowing white form of the white wolf, Elara. She lopes her way out from behind the flames, looking with all of the judgmental energy one can muster up in a lupus form upon both of you. She just simply says,
A dead rabbit. Goody.
Well, actually, I only know the 2 bone gnars really. And so I also brought this, and I'll reach into my jean pocket and pull out a beer and then put it beside the rabbit.
Elara stares at the rabbit, then the beer, then back up at you.
What do you want?
Well, what do you like so that way in the future we know what to get you?
I like to be left alone. What do you want?
She sighs a little bit and then takes a seat back in her chair. We came to ask you about Ethan and Plato. Brandon.
While her posture seems to be still and unmoving, you can see her eyes dart to the side momentarily before looking back at you.
What about them?
They came back with their cults, with more guru, and they were putting some pressure in the cairn that we're trying to establish in the neighborhood that we've been staying in. And recently we had to enter a little bit of a tense agreement with them to help them with something. But in return, while the job we're helping them with is being done, Ethan will be staying in our cairn to ensure the safety of our packmate. And I need to know who these people are. I need to know who Ethan is and how much of a threat he is. I need to know how to protect me and my pack and our cairn properly against him.
She seems to consider your statements for a moment before saying,
Why would you do something stupid like that?
We were outnumbered. And Aspen doesn't want us fighting them right now.
Aspen didn't want you looking for a fight.
I couldn't justify a fight with them. We were in a residential neighborhood. We were outnumbered, and I couldn't justify any potential death right now when we don't have enough people here.
To get more people. Get more people.
That's what we're trying to do, Elara. But for right now, we had to settle with what was settled on. And you're one of the few people that we know of that could have some insight into this.
Ethan is an asshole. They're both cowards. Does that work?
It's a start, but there's definitely more that we could know about them. I mean, you call them cowards. Why are they cowards?
They ran. When the others fought, they ran.
Is that how you died? Because they ran?
No. I died trying to keep them safe. They ran after that.
What kind of people were they before they ran?
Brandon was boring. He liked to write and he liked to talk. And barely that. Ethan.
She takes a very, very long pause.
Ethan thought he was something he wasn't. And could never be.
He thought I had when I was trying to figure out what to do, I reached out to Eliza mentally, and she said that he wanted to be Lupus more than anything in the world.
Yeah.
Were you too close?
I guess.
Can I insight that, I guess? See if there's more behind it?
Sure. What's an insight?
Can I assist, or do I have to make my own?
You have to make your own.
One rage, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Three successes.
Six successes.
Okay. For Delphine, she gives off the vibe that she's kind of nonchalant about the whole thing. For Ray, she is burying a deep anger and hurt. And resentment, for sure.
There's more to that, isn't there? That maybe them fleeing hurt more after the sacrifice you made. Maybe something else.
Yep.
Elara, please. We're trying to protect everything here. I know we need to get more Guru to help this out, and we need to defend it as best we can, but right now we just need to understand who these people are. If you can give us anything that isn't just a yep or he's an asshole or anything like that, we need to truly understand who this person is.
Lara gives a obvious roll of her eyes and a huff, but then relents slightly in saying,
Brandon is a hurt and scared little boy who's mad at his mommy. Ethan is a sociopath.
Sociopath.
He does not care about anyone or anything.
Doesn't even care for Gaia.
That might be the only thing he cares for in his own twisted way.
You guys had a whole sept, multiple Guru relationships, bonds, and he didn't care about any of those?
No.
What did he do to make you realize that? Like, how did you come to that decision?
He chose Fenris.
Did he do that? Is that why he left, because he chose Fenris?
After.
So, if he's a sociopath and Brandon's just this scared little boy, why would they still be together like this then?
A means to an end.
Is there, I know you said that Ethan had nothing he cared about except for the fight for Gaia, but is there anything that maybe Brandon cared about? Something that we could potentially use against him?
Not anymore. Not anymore. It's dead. She's dead. She's dead.
Who's she?
Holly. Holly.
Okay. Was Holly his girlfriend?
You can see Elara's brow furrow.
Why does it always have to be about sex with you people?
I don't know. No, I just... Okay.
Ryder and Holly were mates.
Okay. Didn't know that. So him and Holly were just really good friends then.
Yes. Yes. He blames Eliza for their death.
I'm guessing Eliza's mom in this situation.
I'm surprised it took you that long to figure it out.
I'm not from here, Elara. I'm still learning things. And I'm trying. I'm asking, like, I know the questions seem dumb, but like sometimes the dumb questions need to be asked.
Toughen up, Delphine. The truth hurts. The world hurts.
What exactly did Eliza do that Brandon blames her for Holly's death?
She asked them to stay and fight.
So Brandon and Ethan were trying to get them to go with them.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, it makes sense for some to want to stay and defend their home.
If you said that Ethan is a sociopath and doesn't care for anyone, Brandon's the one who blames Eliza. You said that they're together for mutual benefit. What does Ethan get out of this? If he doesn't have any relationships, if he doesn't care, he shouldn't blame Eliza for anything. So why is he here?
Yeah, why come back? What? You could fight for Gaia anywhere. There's probably even more fucked up places than here.
He gets an army and a shield.
So he's using Brandon to basically get what he wants and get followers and fight the fight he wants to fight.
He used everyone, even me.
How did he use you?
He's the reason I'm here.
As a spirit?
Yes. Yes.
tell us more about that if you wouldn't mind.
Roll me a charisma and persuasion.
Can I assist?
What would you like to say to assist?
Elara, I know talking about this is going to be difficult, and you don't want to, obviously. But the more we know about Ethan, the more we know about the situation, you will. It'll help us a lot.
You can assist.
Three successes.
She remains silent and still. Those eyes looking like they're boring holes in you, and somehow staring at both of you in the eye, despite the fact that you are separated.
Ethan believed we were going to lose everything. He thought the only way to protect and preserve was to take a piece of this place with him. I had to make the deal with Grandmother Willow for that piece. And in exchange, I had to bind myself here.
In the time we've been here, have we heard about Grandmother Willow?
I'd say yeah. I'd say it's probably a pretty fundamental part, like the destruction of the old cairn, everything like that. Especially for you, Delphine, you'd probably know from talking to Eliza and the like about Grandmother Willow and the importance she had in the area.
So you guys made a deal with the old sept patron, and he took a what did he took a part of the sept with him, or
Yes.
we know about the tree that Quinn brought back by this point, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. They had a willow tree, a small one, but one of ours, our Ragabash, he took it. Do you think that could be the thing that he took?
Elara just shrugs.
If it is that piece, then when he shows up next week, it's not going to be a good situation if it's that important to him.
Yeah, no, it's not. And she'll look to Elara and she'll get out of the chair and kneel in front of her and just say, I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and I'm sorry that you're having to relive it right now. I don't mean to pry, but it's just some things that we needed to know, and I do appreciate you telling us.
He lets out another huff and just shrugs again.
What else am I supposed to do?
I mean, you're in this situation, and I guess you're just making the best of it. But you're a spirit now. Just because you're bound here doesn't mean you can't have a say in things.
When you become a spirit, then you can talk to me about what it's like to be a spirit.
That's fair. I guess then I only have one other question, unless she looks to Ray.
I look at Delphine and shake my head.
Do you have anything you want us to say to him for you?
Yeah. You will never be me.
We'll make sure he knows.
I hope I helped.
You did. We were going in with nothing. What you gave us is invaluable.
It's very hard to discuss that time. Don't take my bluntness for rudeness.
It's not bluntness, it's pain. Right?
She just shrugs.
It's okay to still hurt. I still hurt sometimes too. It's not the same what we've experienced, but everyone has their own pain. Time can go by and we still feel it. It's a scar.
One day, you'll get to escape that pain. I won't.
Delphine genuinely doesn't know what to say to this spirit that honestly has lived a hard life and is still carrying those wounds. And she just dips her head a little bit to her, kind of just like she would if it were stakes in front of her.
Elara studies both of you for a moment, then gives out a huff and kind of shakes her head almost like a dog sneeze before she turns and trots away back behind the flames, disappearing before exiting the other side, leaving the two of you behind to discuss or to just simply be lost in thought. Is there anything you'd wish to say to each other? And if not, tell me what your inner thoughts are.
She would look to Ray for sure and look a little sad over just the whole situation and how Elara's feeling and everything. And she'll just, we need to get him the fuck out of here.
I agree. The problem is it won't be easy.
No, but we could potentially use this if... The problem with two leaders of any pack is that occasionally they won't disagree and there could be contention. If we can pit Ethan and Brandon against each other, we could that entire cult could get split in half. And then they'd be focused on fighting each other as much as they'd be focused on dealing with us. It would be splitting their attention.
You're not wrong. But if what Elara said about Ethan is 100% true, then it'll be very difficult to find a way to drive him into that situation. Brandon seems like there's a possibility.
Brandon would be our way in.
But would Ethan care to go along with it? Would he even care to even bother separating? If he can keep his sword and if he can keep his shield, why does he care if there's contention between him and Brandon?
Because some of their acolytes, some might side more with Brandon than Ethan. And if they split, then his sword is weakened at the core.
True. But that's to say that his sword is weak enough to be cracked. We don't know how much of a hold Ethan has on them or how much of a hold Brandon has on them. It may not matter. It's something we can try, definitely. But it's a risky.
We just need to get more stuff we could use against potentially Brandon. So we need to check that storage facility. We need to find that journal. We need to find whatever we can use against them.
As you say that, you hear Elara's voice once more.
Jester was their prisoner.
I think Jester has cell reception.
You could give it a shot.
Actually, I don't need cell reception if I focus hard enough.
But that is for next time. What are your inner thoughts after this conversation with Elara? Delphine, we'll start with you, and then Ray.
She's sad for Elara. Elara's always usually very sassy, but tonight she was more sad. Like, you could see that there was a lot of hurt in her and that this is not something she enjoyed talking about. Whatever happened to the old sept, it was bad. And it hurt the Geru in more ways than one. And those wounds are still felt even 13 years later. And she just in her mind, she doesn't want Ethan to hurt. She doesn't want Ethan to reopen those wounds if she can avoid it at all costs.
Raymond.
Coming into this, Ray had some idea of the situation, but now learning about Ethan and learning about Brandon kind of solidifies the worry that Delphine had about Ethan being in the cairn. And now Ray is very worried about him being there. Because if he's, like Elara says, then this situation is going to be very volatile. And the plans that Delphine came up with, they could work, but making plans against a sociopath is going to be difficult. Someone who doesn't care, who has no feelings, has no relationships. I don't know. I don't know what we can do against that, and it'll be hard to figure it out.
They say sometimes the past can come back to haunt you. But what if you can never escape that past? That you're surrounded by it every single day for eternity. Maybe then you can understand what it is to be Elara. Maybe then you can understand regret and shame and anger and resentment. But for now, you're just Guru. And you're about to go face to face with someone who doesn't care whether you or them live or die. We now move on to our next scene. Deep within the heart of Ybor stands what once was a cigar factory, but now stands as a potential beacon of hope. But for it to become that beacon, certain goals must be reached. And in achieving those goals comes a great weight upon the shoulders of the Hellhounds. And in some minds, especially the minds of the old nation, that weight hangs heaviest upon the Ahroun. For they act as protector, as warrior, as defender, almost as a general of sorts. And that requires a great deal of glory, honor, and wisdom. And while Forged from Failures has succeeded so far on his journey to achieve those things, it hasn't come without temptation. It hasn't come without failure. It hasn't come without loss. These are things Isidoro, entwined smiles with claws, Darius knows very well, having experienced them himself. So as the two Ahroun come together within the cigar factory, which constantly seems to be improving and growing, life being brought back to what was once a hollow building, the scene is yours.
Forge, currently dressed in some workout attire, you know, the muscle tee showing off, the sweat shorts, you know, getting pretty hot out here these days, so he's kind of keeping it light, and he kind of expects, have a vibe, a general idea what might happen, as when he sees Isidoro gives a nod. What's up, Unc? How you doing?
Unk. Izzy will rub at one of his gym tops that he's worn just out of habit, even if the training academy is currently, undergoing repairs, before glancing about, seeing the work done that even 2 weeks' time, more or less, has done for the state of this factory, the last he saw it.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking kind of... I can see a little couple wrinkles there, Foreman,
I think those are scars. Might want to get your eyes checked. How you doing, Forged?
I mean, made to look like a little bit of a fool in front of all the, cult people, but, I mean, could be worse. Could all just be dead.
That is always a plus, right?
Yeah, and I did happen to find out some deets about that text you sent about the vandalism, whatever, about the place you were caring about.
Really? What'd you find? With that, he will just clear the distance from the doorway to where Forged is standing, a bit eager to just be face to face.
As you're walking over, Forge starts actually walking away, grabs a drink he had on the side, just some water, as he starts walking down the stairs to the basement, which is very rare for Florida to have. Yeah, I asked around a little bit, because, if I have anything, I have friends in a lot of different places. I asked a fixer I know, guy kind of dabbles into a lot of the, not so great stuff. I thought maybe it might have been some kind of crime thing, but he apparently told me that it has nothing to do with any organized crime unless they're really trying to cover their tracks.
Izzy, a person who, out of character, has no dots in subterfuge or streetwise, looks at you and goes, like a repairman?
Dude, what?
You said fixer, right?
What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, I'm talking...
What are you
Are
talking
you serious?
about?
No, the fixer, someone who... Oh my god. Okay, so he keeps track of crime stuff. He gets jobs and knows people. He's essentially the guy who knows guys. All right.
Okay, I'm following.
Okay, so he knows a lot of people, especially people with criminal contacts, and he said that from what he knows, there was nothing. No, wasn't like a hit. No one ordered this place to be vandalized and fucked up. And it didn't look like, if they did it, it would have been a very rough job.
Okay. And this fixer, they're not of the knowing variety, right? Like, you didn't say, oh, it was leeches, or you could tell them without breaking the veil, right?
No, it's not really... Doesn't really know about that kind of stuff, and I doubt it'd probably be hard to find out anyways. I mean, aren't they the type to really cover their tracks with every fucking thing?
Yeah, they are. A lot of personal experience cracking open leech dens and trying to wiggle around, find where they're hiding. Well, at the very least, thank you, Forged. You've done me a good service knowing that it appears to be semi-random, or at the very least, super secretive.
Well, I wasn't done. Yeah, I still got more information. I mean...
Oh, shit. Okay. Shut me up.
Yeah, I mean... So, from what he said, he thinks it's of a protester group that did it. No kings. It probably was an activist group of some kind, anti-government. And there happens to be a protest, organizing, going on, anti-kings, or no kings, sorry, in Clearwater. So if you want a lead somewhere, you want to try and find some information, your best bet is probably there.
Okay. If you if you have a specific address, shoot that my way, and I'm on it. Obviously, you've done me a big service here. With that, he'll look around, seeing the layout of the cigar factory. Is this normally where you hang out, or?
I mean, I'm trying to hang out here more. It's an adjustment. I mean, when you lived in a house or apartment your whole life, and now you're living in a cigar factory that's kind of cobbled together, the little, I mean, gets hot as hell sometimes.
Not install an AC unit, I take it.
Yeah, more just stay across the street, place that I can stay at, and not really hanging out here as much as I can, mostly going on patrols.
Speaking of which, you appear to be shaping up to be the Wormfoe once the cairn here is formally created. What's the state of affairs looking like for you?
State of affairs? Dude, why are you talking to me like I'm 80? Bro, you can just ask me what's up. I mean, you don't gotta talk to me like I'm one of the geriatrics in the nation.
Sorry, old habits. Emphasis on old, I think.
Well, I mean, I'm already the sheep wolf of, the Sept, so I don't know if they're gonna have me double dipping in jobs, but
It's not
I mean,
uncommon.
I wouldn't be surprised if they gave it to someone like, Ray instead. I think he's kind of got more of the anti-worm stuff down. Just kind of, I just do my thing. And Ford just gives like, it's not that it doesn't look like he's really trying to downplay it. It's more just like, kind of looks uncomfortable by the question and just looks away. Rub the back of the neck a little bit.
How obvious is this to Izzy?
I can make a roll.
Okay, let's do wits and insight versus manipulation and subterfuge.
And current rage?
1. I don't think there's anything out of place at the moment.
The one time I try and lie, I get 7 success crit. Right,
Do.
I don't really need to lie.
Well, you seem to have it under control then. Normally the Ahrouns are really biting at the bit to get that position or something like it, right? Like, to be the warrior amongst the pack is a lot of pressure, but also, the big cheese as far as prizes go.
Prize of what? What's really the payoff here?
Well, I can't speak to your motivations, but I'm not good at a lot of things. The one thing I'm good at is making sure that people stop hurting other people. And if I can use that to protect the people I love, I'm going to be very happy.
And you can't really do that without that?
Makes it easier to. I've done it before. I mean, and with that, he'll gesture to his arms, which have these massive scars across the midsection of, and maybe like a nick here or there. The Wormfoe position is mostly just an honorific. It carries with it a lot of baggage, but that baggage is also a strength, especially for making sure that what you need to do can be done.
That's something I was thinking about. What are you trying to do?
Like right now?
Just in general. I mean, you got your title. You said you're trying to protect people from getting hurt. I mean, why? What's your stake in all this?
Izzy is suspicious, not in the sense of he feels Forged as being duplicitous, but suspicious in that, how is this a question? As he nods and goes, not to be elementary, but to defend Gaia.
Or just gives him like, you serious look for a second? So you're
What?
telling me, so your whole motivation in all of this and you know, risking your life every day is just for Gaia?
Well, I think the next question I would ask is, who do you consider Gaia to be?
The Earth?
I've definitely heard that opinion.
Then what is it to you then?
It's all of us. The people in my pack, the people in the Sept, you and me standing here having this conversation. That's all Gaia. And so when I fight for Gaia, that's what I think of. I'm sure you've had your fair share of theurges talk in your ear, or maybe a Galliard spin a tale of some era of prehistory, but to me, the thing that helps me make sense of the Garu lifestyle is that the people I stare out and see, who fight side by side with me or even don't fight, that's why I do it.
For everyone, huh? Fighting for even the people that, struggling on the day-to-day might do a couple things that, maybe contributes more to the enemy side.
I suppose.
Just like a pause, staring at you, looking you up and down. Right.
Are you upset by my answer that me protecting the people I love might also protect people who might not be so good? Like when you kill a Bane, there is a chance the Bane might kill some horrible person if you didn't stop them. Does that mean you don't kill the Bane, or?
No, not that angle. Just I get the sense from you every time I've seen you around that I'm getting a picture of Izzy. I ain't getting Izzy. I get the projected image of this guy who's always smiling, always cracking jokes in the, when everything seems like it's shit and gone downhill. We're in the worst situation imaginable with, breaking a deal with leeches. This guy has time to make jokes and be so positive about it.
Jokes are the easiest part.
So I'm just trying to find out who is my worm foe, because I'm just looking at a guy and I'm not quite sure I'm getting a real picture.
That's fair enough. Izzy will look around. Is there anywhere to sit, or is it still very much just like 2x4s laying on the ground?
In the basement specifically, it's more just like a cleared out space, like enough room for a tussle, but I wouldn't say there's a lot of like sitting area or anything like that. If you want to, there's plenty of blank floor space to sit on, but yeah, nothing significant down here at the moment. Something that could be improved upon by the Defense Training Arts Academy's supplies if, the situation were to provide itself.
Of course. Izzy will find maybe like a support pillar, one of the dividing elements of this basement that isn't against the wall, and he'll lean against it before just sliding onto his butt and looking up at Forged before patting gently to the side for him to come and sit down.
There's a hesitation, like he rolled his eyes for a second, like I don't, whatever, and he'll begrudgingly squat down and sit next to Izzy.
So I'm a stranger. Come in, get assigned worm foe. We obviously haven't had the most time together. I think the most we saw each other was at the commemoration for Juniper. But I'm a child of unicorn, and if you wish to get to know me, I'm built for it. So, what do you want to know?
You can't blame me for being a little suspicious, because considering the only two of Rune that I really got to know, one was a Red Talon, and the other's Charles.
Yeah,
So
I'm a bit outside that mold.
I'm trying to figure out where you place in all this, because it sounds, I'm not gonna lie to you, Izzy, just your whole motivation just being I fight for Earth doesn't sound super compelling. You know, when death is facing us down every day, and you know something terrible might happen, how am I gonna know you got the motivation to do it?
That is a good question. Though, being the elder here, not that I want to be more of a, what's the word you said, unk?
Yes, Unk.
I don't get it. But okay, being an unk, an Ahroun is very much an active force, especially among a pack where all the moons are represented. However, it is as much a duty of an Ahroun, as you may or may not know, to know your own motivation and what motivates others. Because between 2 packs, 3 now, I can tell you, not every motivation weighs the same to each person. So you might find my motivation, I don't know, shitty, but it works for me. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm willing to fight for it. So, not to turn the question back on you, but why the consideration?
Forge pauses for a moment as he considers how to answer it, how he wants to answer it. Taking a deep breath, trying not to be too much of a dickhead right now. Asking because, well, if you're not like the other two Ahroun that I've known, you're probably more in the, don't know if you're more in the camp of my kind of Ahroun, where, forged from failures kind of Ahroun.
Which is?
In the name, forged from failures. Trying to see if you're the type like me that kind of just gets kicked around and, hangs on for dear life the whole time.
As he gets a bit wistful at that notion, as he stares off into the space, not even looking at Forged, before glancing out of the corner of his eye, and goes, "Are you asking for a life story? Because I can give it, but..." He will just gesture to the scars again.
Why don't you regale me, Izzy, with the tales of old, back when black and white movies were the only thing you could watch?
The far-off year of 2015.
Oh, God.
Well, I'm no Galliard, so forgive me if I'm sort of by the books in a lot of this detail. Changed in high school, killed 2 students, two people who were on the track team with me, because, well, the rage was building up, so I was already in a foul mood, and we lost a race, and 2 of my teammates were smoking weed after, and I just lost it. Found by a pack. They were what you would call Old Nation. And that's when the beating started to shake me up. Because as much as the 2 of us are ready to tear steel from door frames, I did not start out that way. I was a lot slimmer, lither. And so after sculpting me, I had my first pack, Except the Echoing Roots. Jason, in case you didn't know, was also from there, although we were ships in the night as far as timetables. Spent some time with them, did a lot of great things, and after a big deed on some bio Bane tech lab thing, I got put on to the Piercing Moonrise Pack. And I thought maybe it would be an acknowledgement of my strength, my renown, my glory. And then Charles Albrecht walked through the door, and even with me and Krynos, he put my tail so far up my ass, it was not close. And then after that, a number of years, all of us did as Gaia demands for her defense, all across the contiguous US and Canada and even down into Mexico. And then he left, and I became pack leader. And things went downhill from there. I really tried to live as an Ahroun is supposed to, the way I was taught to live as an Ahroun. And I don't know if I just wasn't strong enough or if it wasn't really the way, and the more I look back on it, I think it's a bit of both. And it was the kind of strength that you foster that you don't see how it affects the people in your life, how it might drive them away or blind you to how they might change. So after one of my pack, a Lupusborn, begged me and the rest of us to go to her home to defend her wolf pack, we were ambushed by Black Spiral dancers, and one of my own jumped the spiral, stabbed us in the back. And as far as timetables were concerned, it was explained to me it coincided with what happened with Hell, Michigan. And from there, I was alone, wandered a long time with nothing but the baggage of my regrets, and I tried to pick pieces up, but at least at the time, I felt like nothing in the world meant anything because I didn't have anyone. So when I heard word that Charles Albrecht himself was down here in Florida, I got a notion, as Ahrouns often do, that, well, duty and honor demand death. If I can't get one, I'll have the other. And the rest after that is kind of history for me. I had a bunch of people, Terrence, managed to drag me back from that edge. And now that I have people to look on again and see them smile at me as I smile at them, I feel like I know Gaia again, and I never want to go back to being alone like that. So yeah, he claps his hands together.
Is that just required of all Ahroun at this point? Feels like whenever I talk with one, or it just kind of seems like in our MO that we gotta go, through the moment realize we're not strong enough and lose people extremely close to us, probably more often than we should.
You want to talk about yours?
I'm sure that probably everyone else in the SEP told you about it by this point. I'm sure it's not very hidden knowledge that, went up to hell with Juniper to get my kid back, and maybe, Cravius hoped to save my brother from the spiral. Ended up with my brother dead, Juniper dead, surrounded by corpses. I thought I died, but I guess I made it, and my kid made it at least, but yeah, not a fond memory. Forge like looks away.
They very rarely are.
Yeah. Thought that it's funny, I thought that dying would be the worst thing to happen. I mean, after me like a year and a half ago, I would have been like, only thing I really cared about is just not dying. But seems like those spiral guys really know how to, stab you with that knife and really put the salt in the wound and twist it.
Yeah, they do. They do.
So is this how you cope though? You make jokes, you laugh, you surround yourself with a bunch of other guru.
I would definitely call it a form of coping, but I would also say it's celebration. Because you cannot make jokes when you're alone. You cannot smile as wide when you're left to fester with your own thoughts, the failures of your deeds. So, yeah, I understand from the outside I might be putting on a front, but as much as I can impart to you in this moment, Forged. For the members of this sept, I am so happy to have them here.
And you're not scared that you're gonna have the same thing happen again?
Fuck yeah, I'm scared. That is the one reason why I have been losing sleep. I've been dreading poring over details and reports from you, from Jason. Just the amount of things that threaten the thing that I found here, that happiness, is so much. And I feel, even with my new fancy smancy wormfoe position, that I might not be up to snuff. But Unicorn has provided me with many outs, one of which is relationship building.
That mainly gives me, makes me give him pizza and, just hanging around with the ratkins. So, I guess sounds kind of nice.
Unicorn has a horrible chip addiction.
I guess he would not be friends with a rat. They would be contending with chips all day.
Well, if the history of our tribes is anything to go by, they are generally on the same side of the fence in any cross-tribe conflict.
Not that I would know. I don't really pay attention to history class of old guru shit. I just know I got my people here and I got the now. That's really kind of what matters. And I know I'm a rat. I know I'm king of shit mountain. You know what? I kind of got into owning it a bit more. It used to kind of sting a little bit, but kind of nice being around all the other people that everyone don't want to look at, They're a lot cooler than a lot of people give them credit for.
There's pride in that. I've met a lot of children of Rat who are definitely happy for the shit they managed to claw.
Yeah. Well, and Forge, at this point, Forge pushes himself up off the floor, taking a few steps into the ring, the makeshift ring, if you will, and kind of gives a little bit of a "come at me, bro" motion. We're gonna talk about how strong your motivation is. Then show me what your motivation is. Let's see it. I want to see how much you got.
Is this training or a formal challenge? Because one of those might require a Phylodox here.
friendly sparring match, if you will. I mean, I imagine you must be nice to have someone that more around your level to train with. I know either for me, it's either, training with everyone else who, marginally weaker, so you can't go as hard. And then you got fucking Charles, who would just rock your shit in 0.2 seconds if you get too cocky.
You show up to a fight with a baseball bat and your opponent is a battleship. Yeah, I get it.
Yes. Not really even playing field at all. So, nice change. Might be a nice change the pace.
Let's see. With that, Izzy will slide up as well, do a couple of, shake-offs, crack a couple ligaments or two, and goes, any rules?
No junk, and avoid the face at least.
Okay, so as you both enter into the makeshift training ring area, go ahead and, well, are either of you changing forms or are you staying in Hamid?
I'm just staying in Hamid.
Same for Izzy. They'll just match.
Okay, then for the first round of 3, we're going to do strength and brawl for both of you, unless one of you wishes to dodge.
Nope. Alright, so I'll be my grappling specialty. That'll be a nice 5 successes.
That is a crit for 7.
Okay, so as Forge goes into grapple, trying to wrap his arms around Izzy's, Izzy immediately breaks the grapple and instead almost spears him to the ground, doing, that would be 2 points of superficial damage.
It's just a as Forge hits the ground, not really much padding on there. It's just as he'll, you see, there's like he does look like he's enjoying this though, like a moment to actually finally let loose and know that this is actually a fair fight.
Izzy will, Izzy will boom do the throwdown, and unlike his previous major fight, which was against Javier, he sees his fellow Garu and he has no reservations or withdrawals about maybe overhurting him, and the smile spreads on his face and he just pumps his fists and does a little jig as he waits for Forge to get back up.
All right, declare both of your intentions.
I think Forge right now is going to try and go for a body throw.
Izzy will attempt to match the grapple.
Okay, strength and brawl with grappling specialty, both of you.
I'll even use a willpower for this one. Just this once. I'll go all out.
That's a lot worse for 3. Sorry, 4.
7 successes.
All right, so as both of you come together, Forged ends up lifting up Izzy, scooping an arm out from underneath in between his legs, picking him up and throwing him against the wall, which you hit hard since it's made of very solid concrete, doing 3 points of superficial damage.
He does. Forge lets out a taunt saying, "Come on, you can get up after that. I know you gotten your ass kicked way worse than this if you've been training with Charles."
As Izzy finds himself temporarily at one with the air before, boom, slamming and slumping, he scurries up and, rubbing at the edge of his lip, goes, "Oh yeah, Charles definitely would put me in the ceiling, so let's see if you can do any better, huh?"
All right, final round, declare your intentions.
Izzy's just going for like the knockout punch. He's not even attempting to grapple. He's just going for like straight to the face.
Right. And Forged.
It's funny you say that because I had the exact same thought going for the face punch after saying we're going to avoid it.
All right, strength and brawl, no grapple.
Six successes with a crit.
I only got 4.
Okay, well, obviously both of you have gained a rage at this point, so I'm actually going to ask you both to re-roll since you've both taken damage.
I've already accounted for that, if that's
Oh, okay. Then that's fine. 4. And I'll let Forge, you can
Sir.
keep your roll. It's fine.
Yeah, it
So
would have been the same anyways.
As Izzy goes to throw a punch, Forge dips aside and brings up a punch of his own into Izzy's face, doing 2 points of superficial damage as he connects with the jaw. The two of you tussle for a little while longer, exchanging jabs, grappling, throwing, trying to wrestle each other down. But in the end, Forged seems to have the upper hand when all is said and done.
I can imagine like a moment when like I knock Izzy to the floor and it seems like I'm going to follow up with a ground pound, but as I like run forward, but before I do, I stop before him. Instead of bringing my fist down to the punch, I bring my hand down to offer him a hand up.
At this point, Izzy just has like a black eye in the making, maybe like a cut lip or a segment of his jaws bleeding a bit as he... and he will take the hand and rise.
Not bad, Unc. Not bad at all.
Oh, I'm out of shape, I guess. I can't be letting people know a random Ahroun and the Sept beat the worm foe. You
Sheep
and
wolf.
Willow beat me.
A sheep wolf. Give me a little credit.
Okay. I will remember that. I apologize, Forged.
So once the dust settles, sweat dripping down both of your face, maybe a little bit of blood matted here and there, a new respect is gained between two Ahroun. It kind of has Old Nation feels when two Ahroun come to blows, testing each other, trying each other's strength, if nothing else for bragging rights. Though it does beg the question, Izzy, if one of the pups can beat you, are you really up for the job that you've been given? Because if this were a challenge, that title would no longer be yours. And Forged, having defeated an elder, you feel a little bit of that ego start to rise up in you again. An ego that has gone pretty much in check for a while now, but now starts to go unchecked. Yes, you may have defeated the current worm foe, but you know the former worm foe will return soon enough. And they might just take a little bit of umbrage with this ego that you've got forming. But that is several weeks from now. For us, we now go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves at the cigar factory once again. There has been this looming vibe amongst the Hellhounds. This disconnection, especially in certain instances, at certain moments. At first, it was subtle, easy to overlook, but as time progressed, and especially the last time the whole pack was together, asking questions about the cult of Fenris to the elders who had crossed paths with them before, it became a bit more apparent. While many of this sept view Eliza in many different ways, whether it be mentor, caretaker, grandma, or just the wise old lady in the woods, one of you carries a very obvious distaste for the old Stargazer. It's become so apparent, in fact, that despite all of the other things that she has to keep track of, Delphine has taken notice. And now she goes to confront Quinn about his obvious distaste. The scene is yours.
Delphine will approach Quinn from wherever he's at, whatever he's doing. She'll just approach him while he's doing whatever he is.
Sure. Quinn is probably picking up a lot of the debris near to his room to kind of give a little bit more of a semblance of an actual room or a space for that.
Hey, you got a minute?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sure, Delphine.
She'll head on in, and she'll glance over at his ankles first. She points at them. How are you healing up?
Oh, I'm perfectly fine. They're still kicking. I'll kick his foot a little bit.
How you feeling about the job that you're going to be going on?
I feel fine about it. You just gotta figure out some clothing choices, situations, and figuring out what their tactics even are with whatever they're gonna be doing.
Yeah, definitely be on your guard for sure, and I would recommend some clothing that helps you blend in a little bit more and not be seen. Avoid cameras, please.
Well, of course. I'm not stupid.
I would rather that the leeches don't notice you at all, if at all
I plan to
possible.
be completely covered.
Thank you. All right. I'm not good at easing into things very well, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. What's your problem with Eliza?
What do you mean?
I just found out the last time she was here that you've been here a while now and you haven't even spoken to her.
There's a lot of people I haven't spoken to at this sept.
There's not a lot of us, Quinn, and she's one of, like, she's our right master. She's someone that definitely everyone should have a conversation with at some point. I know that Willow spoke with her. I mean, I think the only other person that is in the sept that I might not have seen you speak to is maybe Larry, but, like, I don't even know where Larry is right now.
I don't even know who Larry is, so.
He's one of our younger guru, but I concerned because the spirits talk and I've gotten the impression from them that they've taken notice of how you feel towards Eliza in a way that's making them hesitant to interact.
Interact in what way?
Help.
Helping the Sept or helping what? What are they helping?
Sept, this cairn, us.
And I'm impacting this how? Because I'm not talking to Eliza?
Because there's distrust.
Well, yeah, of course there's distrust.
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand. You don't know her. Why would you distrust her?
Because she gave up her abilities to connect with Gaia for no apparent reason?
Not even a little bit. She teaches most of us like rights and gifts and stuff. She's actually the most connected to Gaia out of everyone in the Sept.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't spoken to her.
She hasn't spoken to me.
She literally tried having a conversation with all of us in this cairn, Quinn.
And I spoke to her then now, didn't I?
What? Is it because she's a stargazer?
A little bit, yeah. Also, she's old.
Okay, so let's put a pin in that one. But like, so what if she's a stargazer?
Well, if she's a stargazer, then she's given up her connection to Gaia, an entity that has chosen her, that she just drops her choosing ability to go running off and staring off into the stars.
Quinn, I've been here over a year now, and that's not the impression I've ever gotten from this stargazer. Like, I don't know about other stargazers, but I also don't know about other Children of Gaia from, like, outside the Sept. The only other Silent Strider I've ever met and known is not even a Silent Strider anymore. I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time seeing that, like, this interpretation that you have of her, because it's not there. And I'm saying this as someone who knows her and who has spent time with her and who has actually spoken to her.
I'm glad you have that perception of her.
Is this what they teach in the nation? That all the stargazers are not connected to Gaia and that they just walked away and stuff like that?
I mean, there's a little bit more in-depth information as to the
Enlighten
situation.
me, because legitimately I've never even heard of the stargazers until I got here. So enlighten me. What do they teach you of the stargazers in the nation?
Okay. All right. Sure. So, the Stargazers were once a regularized tribe, a little bit wonky, weird kind of tribe between all the other tribes, but every tribe's got their little weirdness, I guess. But eventually, as Gaia began to become sick, began to fall to her illness, and then potentially die, the Stargazers decided, instead of trying to fight the fight, trying to figure out an appropriate way of saving her, they just said, well, there's got to be another way to live life, so we're just going to leave. And they left. They didn't try to help. They very rarely ever actually help, and in fact, sometimes fall a little bit to the worm side of things, which makes them then a black spiral. So it's an adjacent concern to the spiral.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot to unpack there. Okay, and she's just gonna like have a seat like on the ground and just like lean against the wall for a minute, just like kind of trying to gather all of that and digest all of that and realize, man, I feel like while they didn't teach us a lot, they kind of did us a favor up in Michigan. And she, after taking this all in and okay, so I will be frank, Eliza's the only Stargazer I've ever met. So I only know about this specific Stargazer, and I don't even factor this in as it's because she's a Stargazer, but of the kind of person she is. Eliza never left the fight. Eliza was here for the last sept. She stayed and witnessed the fight. She was part of the fight. And she even fell to Hirano because of how much she's endured of this fight. Normally, from what I've learned and have been taught, Guru who fall to Hirano don't tend to come back from that. They don't come back from Hoglosk either, but here she is still. She's back from that. She spent, I don't know how many years in Hirano, but she came back from it thanks to the help of this sept. And she's still here fighting the fight as best she can. She's helping teach me. She's helping teach Ray. She's taught all of us so much. And she's here supporting all of us, and she's teaching us about Gaia and how to help Gaia. I don't even know how that whole situation with the cult of Fenris would have gone if it hadn't been for Eliza's advice. And you're the one that didn't want to fight either. You were trying to help steer us to a diplomatic side of things. She had the same thought process as you, Quinn. Like, I'm just having a hard time understanding how you can let this bias you've been taught about Stargazers immediately get labeled on someone you don't even know.
I appreciate the fact that you are asking these questions and trying to get my side and perception on this. I have my biases. I have my understandings of what I know about the Stargazers. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should rethink things. But the facts are the facts in that she did leave. You don't become a Stargazer without having left.
I guess I just perceive leaving as something completely different, because when I interpret leaving, I interpret as they would have just not been here around any of the septs, and not offered any advice or assistance in any way. And I think it's a little hypocritical of you to judge her and say that the Stargazers left. Because didn't you leave your sept?
I left my sept. I didn't leave Gaia. When I say that she's
Neither did
left,
she.
she has cut her ties with Gaia. I have not.
She has not cut her ties with Gaia because she is still with Gaia.
Then why is she a Stargazer and not her original original tribe?
Because it's a label.
A tribe is a label now? It's not a part of you?
A tribe is something we choose. And like, sure, like, but we're not tied to our tribe our entire life. So people leave. People change tribes all the time. I just don't see much stock. Like, Juniper, she was Black Fury, yet some would consider her Fenris now. I don't consider that her either. I consider her Juniper. She's a person. She's someone we knew. She's someone we fought with. She's not just her tribe. She was a human being who had lived a life and who fought the fight the way she did. You're immediately labeling Eliza as someone who left Gaia when you don't know her. She hasn't left. She never left.
What is it that you're asking me to do, Delphine? Because you're lecturing me on something that I'm not going to change my mind on right now. So what is it that you would like me to do?
Well, I guess I'm gonna be disappointed in you. 'Cause it's just really disheartening, really. 'Cause you come here and you want to be a part of us, but you won't change anything. You won't change your feelings on things, even though you know coming in here we don't do things like the old nation. I'm wanting you to be a part of things here. And I feel like you're not really wanting to be a part of things here.
All right, so let me tell you all the things that I've done since I've been here. And then you can tell me if I've not been contributing to this sept. I have done everything that has been requested from you to do. I have patrolled the Sept Cairn. I have patrolled the Cigar Cairn. I have moved twice just in this space alone. I have moved into a cigar factory which does not have good airflow or bedrooms or anything. I have talked to people of this sept. I have connected with people of the sept. Just because I didn't speak to one old lady does not mean that I have disrespect for the sept.
That's not going to work for me.
All right, pack leader, what would you like me to do?
I need you to get over it.
And I need you to get used to disappointment, Delphine.
That's not going to work for me either, because you doing this is not only childish and in line with everything about the old nation that we're trying to change, but it's also harming us.
So me avoiding someone that I just don't want to talk to is a problem, even though when I came here, you spent an entire week, maybe a week and a half, not talking to Ray?
She's just glares at him for a couple moments, and I feel like at this point I'm at rage 2 now.
Yeah, that's fair.
And she'll stand up now. Fine, that's fair. I was mad at Ray, but I got over it. I can't have this energy. Not with what I'm trying to do here. Not with what I want to achieve here in this cairn, in this territory. I'm not going to have biases in this cairn, in this pack. Eliza is a respected elder of this entire sept that even our sept leader respects and treats no differently than she would treat any one of us. And I especially am not going to deal with bigotry from a child of Gaia who is supposed to accept all of Gaia. So I will say that you have to go talk to Eliza. That's what I want from you. I want you to go talk to her. I want you to sit down and have a conversation with her. And I want you to help her out with her chores for a week.
All right. I'll do that. I'll sit down, I'll talk with her, and I'll do my chores with her.
Because she's just like gripping her fist super tight, trying to resist, like, I feel like in the back of her head, she's just kind of like, picturing just Fenris, that avatar that they've dealt with for so long, just being like, yeah, do it. And she's trying very hard to resist that urge of just honestly punching him, because like this is just some straight up nation bullshit that she is so glad she was not involved in. But she thinks of Fenris, and that is why she is here, and that is why she's talking to him, because she needs to help him, and she can't help him if Quinn is going to be a little prick. She'll stare at him and nod. Stay over there too while you're at for the rest of the week too.
Over the, you mean the Septar?
Yes.
Quinn ponders this for a second. And he says, okay, I will find a place in that Sept Cairn and stay there for the week.
We'll talk again before you leave. But I gotta tell you, Quinn, you need to change if you're gonna ever adapt here. Because that old nation stuff's not gonna fly here.
That's what everyone keeps telling me.
She just shakes her head, and you could have a good place here, Quinn. You could have people who trust you and who fight alongside you and who you can form really amazing bonds with. But if you keep holding on to what they drilled into you, you're going to have a rough time. This whole place is about redemption and second chances. And I think you should try to embrace that a little bit more.
Sure, I can do that. Can I make a request of you?
What?
I know that you've been learning from Charles, and Charles is currently away. I want you to do some more research on the nation. Because not all of the nation is bad. And that's the one thing I keep trying to tell people, but everyone here seems to think that the old nation has no good aspects to it.
I don't disagree with you. The old nation doesn't have everything. Not everything is bad about the old nation. But I have learned here to at least recognize what is bad from it and what is good. And we're trying to change things here. The old nation would have killed me, would have killed Forged. I wouldn't be alive right now. The old nation would never have made me pack leader. But this is not the old nation. This is a place that gave me a better second chance.
I'm glad you were able to get that chance.
You could have that chance too.
I will talk to the old lady.
If you call her that, this is not even me just trying to get onto you. If you call her that, she literally will box your ears.
Fine, wouldn't be the first time.
Super sweet. Usually, she got a little bit of Southern mean streak in her.
Fine with me.
Okay. And she just kind of is already mentally just like, I don't think he's ready for her.
The conversation comes to a close. We got a pretty good idea of what Delphine thinks and feels, but Quinn, what about you?
Quinn could care less about having a conversation with the Stargazer. He understands that they're an important part of the sept, that they're an elder, that there's some political aspects that he's going to have to maneuver. But on a general sense, he still has the ideals. And being a Children of Gaia, he doesn't understand why anyone would leave the chosen aspects of Gaia. And so knowing that there is someone in this sept who is that way and who has given up on Gaia, he's struggling to understand why they're important here.
So here's a really important question to answer, Quinn. You came here because you were looking for a place for Willow to be safe. Now Willow's leaving. Why stay? What's keeping you? This place, this somewhat heretical place, that talk shit about the nation, all of your grievances, which are not completely unfounded, why stay? That is a question Quinn will have to ask themselves going into these tasks they've been given. That's the thing about Stargazers. That's the thing about a lot of Guru. Are they predictable? Or are they able to surprise you? We now transition to our next scene. I previously said that Guru don't say goodbye. But honestly, that's only partially true. Because of the dangers of Guru life, every day could be your last. Whether it's to the threat of the worm, whether it's to the risks of Hoglosk and Hirano. For these moments where you get to part ways, not knowing if or when you'll meet again, they come with a certain amount of weight. While Will-O-Wisp wasn't part of the Sept for long, I think we can all agree their impact was felt in being here. And their departure even more so for some of you. Besides, it might have been the only reason you were here to begin with. So as the pack gathers together in what will hopefully one day be their cairn, Willow arrives, unexpectedly to some of you, along with Quinn, for one last goodbye. But they also have another in tow, as Rook of the Iron Bells accompanies them to this meeting. With the whole group gathered together, including Stakes and Terrence, the scene is yours.
Delphine will be excited and will initially try to rush over to greet Willow, but at seeing this strange man, will stop and give him a like she'll just plant her feet a little bit and she'll just give him a little bit of a hard stare, wondering who this stranger is and why he's in their care.
I will pipe up. Delphine Gaia speaker, I introduce unto you Rook of Iron Bells of the Red Talons.
Oh no, they brainwashed her.
The guy who had you taken from us?
Mm-hmm.
The guy who's been following you since Vermont?
Mm-hmm.
She just turns her gaze to Rook and does not look pleased.
Rook seems very uncomfortable in these surroundings, as this is in the depths of the city, the nearest true woodland quite some distance away. He shifts a little bit on his feet, his hands buried in his coat pocket, as he leans over to Willow. I don't have to apologize to them too, do I?
She is my pack leader. She will want an explanation.
Fine. As Willow said, I am Rook of Iron Bells from Vermont. and Willow's, I suppose you'd call it an uncle. And yes, I tracked them from Vermont. And based off of the things I had heard about this place, I was not as direct in my approach as I could have been. I'd had previous concerns about Quinn. We have dealt with those for the most part. And using the cult was a means to an end, albeit the wrong one. However, as recompense, I'd be willing to answer what information I have about the cult before. And he looks over to Willow and says, "We depart."
She turns to Willow in this moment. Is this your choice? Or is this his choice?
I gave my word, and my word is my bond.
I wasn't going to force her. But I did bring her family here, and she belongs with her family.
Apparently things are getting worse back home, and I am needed to guard the wild spaces and speak for those who do not have Hamid mouths to speak. So, as much as I may not enjoy it, it is what I am being called to do, and I got to see them all again, and it's clearly where Gaia is leading me.
Their family, our family, doesn't have a territory up there anymore. It has been leveled and is being redeveloped to yet another housing complex. We have to find another place for them to locate, and we have to protect it. Thus the urgency of the situation. They can't stay here. It's not safe. They're not even native to this region.
Why not just simply state these things? I understand that our sept has a reputation that has been spoken of across the nation, but we're still Geru, and we follow the litany.
No, you don't have any red talons in residence currently, but we don't tend to ask for permission. Call it a wolf thing.
Not a wolf thing, it's a brash thing.
She looks at Stakes, kind of trying to get a vibe on the whole wolf thing comment, like trying to see if she seemingly agrees with that sentiment or not.
Stakes shrugs slightly, saying, "I was told not to steal a tree, and I stole a tree, so you tell me."
It is pretty interesting, though, that you came by. You helped plant an ambush on two of us, potentially led them further into our territory here. Worked with our direct enemy, and best you got coming back with an apology. Just, "I'm sorry," and here's a little information after I, directly planned an ambush and kidnapping of one of your members.
I didn't plan that ambush. I had them out looking for Willow, and if they found her, bringing her to me.
That means you're not at fault for anything then? You've worked directly with this cult, and now you're adjourned of all fault there? It's not... You didn't, don't have any part to play?
How many are there in their ranks?
Last I counted 20.
Who did you deal
Possibly a
with
few of them Ghislaine, if I can finish what I'm saying before the next question.
Who did you deal with directly?
Kyle. But I also spoke to Plato.
What was your impression of him?
Not what I expected. The others were... Well, which one? Kyle or Plato?
Kyle seems like a shit. So I've gotten a pretty good idea of what he's like, but Plato.
Well, first off, dumb name. Secondly, quiet anger. Not what you usually see amongst their types.
I will say Kyle did throw a huge brick of concrete at me mid-air, so he can do that.
Did you speak with any of... And she looks to Ray at this moment. Did you speak with any of their younger Geru, their acolytes?
Not really. Mostly just instructions. Kept to myself. Believe me, I was not a fan of dealing with them, but again, a means to an end, and I thought I was going up against a heretical group.
Now, you were with the heretical group, but while you were amongst them, did those that were not of leadership, was there any like dissenting voices at all that you could gather, or did they seem to follow Plato more or Ethan more?
First, let's get something straight. Anyone who fights for Gaia is not a heretic. What they are is reckless. They're looking to burn everything down in their path. And while I get that to a point, being lupus-born, I also see how it hurts the cause more than helps it. Barely. But it does. The reason I was able to work with them is because I knew what their intention was. Point is, no, I didn't notice anyone who was faltering. They're all dedicated for their own reasons. And Willow has spent the last couple days educating me as to how you are not heretics. You are fighting for Gaia. Your methods are just new and different. And for an old guru, new and different are startling terms. But honestly, at the end of the day, I don't care what you do. Because you kept one of mine safe. You educated them. You made them fiery and strong, which would be a hard thing to do after what they've been through. So to that, I give you credit and applause, such as it is.
Willow was already fiery and strong. She didn't need us to unlock that. We just nurtured it.
So when I return, I won't call you the heretical sept, I'll call you the semantical sept.
Or you can just call us a sept.
All right, it's not a sense of humor group right now. Got it.
Now, can you give me some space so I could say goodbye?
Yes, I will be back with the family. You know the way.
I do. I will meet you there. Thank you.
Did have one last question for you, Rook. Did they at least tell you about any upcoming hunts or plans? I imagine they might have been eager to try and get you to join in on their purge.
There was talk about an attack on the university, as well as, well, apparently they know their limits and are recruiting. I don't know the details of it, but I know I've seen a few faces come by that weren't there when I started.
They're preparing for something big.
Strange part was it was humans.
Something real big. They're going to humans.
That is good to know.
They didn't get all wolfy in front of them, but they had a very damn the man energy going around. All right. With that, he just nods and turns and leaves. No fanfare.
Delphine will look to Willow, and she looks a little upset. So you're just going to leave?
I did not make the choice lightly. Part of my conditions was that he apologized for all that he put me and Quinn through and tried to make up some sort of recompense for all he had done. And also knowing that my family wants me back and that they're in harm's way and I could actually really help. As much as I don't like the idea of leaving, because I do like it here, but he's right. One patch of green in a city full of brick and weaver is not... It's not a place for me. As much as I want to bring the wild to the weaver, I am but one lupus born in a city full of weaver, and I don't even wear shoes. People spot me and stare, and they look at me like I'm diseased, and I just don't fit as much as I want to, and I've been trying to. But I want to come back. But knowing that I could really help stop real harm in a place I know and can track and can hunt, and it's hard for me to say no.
She looks at Quinn. First question she asks him is, did he apologize to you?
Yes, Rook of Iron Bills has apologized. He has been forgiven. and his reasons are understandable.
At this point, Stakes just walks directly up to Willow, takes their hands and presses their foreheads together. Go save our people. She
They
gives
just nod.
Willow's hands a squeeze, holds their foreheads together for a moment in an affectionate manner that only Lupusborns truly understand the full extent of, before releasing their hands and stepping back.
Like after that, Forge will take a step towards Willow. Kind of like brings his hand up, like not quite sure what he's supposed to do a moment before just ultimately putting it down. And look, I get one to do what's good for your family, Willow, and I think it's strong as hell of you to do, to focus on protecting your family and your people.
I try 15 different ways to earn your respect, and it takes me leaving to finally get it. She will sock him in the arm.
He'll rub it just like, hey, I mean, you didn't get much of a chance to talk before. I was really going to talk to you right before you got, napped. They had a whole conversation with Delphine about it.
It's true.
Well forged. I appreciate your demeanor, and you are a true Ahroun, true to your moon. So I understand.
Give a nod. Not quite sure what to say right now in this moment, but we'll take a step back.
At this point, Ray will awkwardly kind of step forward and then look at Willow.
I'm sorry I kept spying on you when you were doing Bane tending stuff. I shouldn't have done that. And Eliza told me afterwards to stop, so then I stopped. But then I kept doing it because it was interesting. I'm sorry.
He'll chuckle at that. It's fine. I feel bad that we weren't able to actually have a conversation and that I wasn't formally able to introduce myself to you. You came at a time where I was trying to figure out some things and I was pulled away from the pack. And I wish that I did get to know you. But the few times that I've seen since you came, you have grown a lot. You have grown stronger, more vocal, and become a better person in the few times I've seen you. And when you leave to pursue protecting your family, which is a great duty and a great cause, hopefully you can continue to grow like that, like I saw.
Thank you, Ray. They look genuinely puzzled, like they didn't expect this sort of emotiveness, but thank you. That means a lot.
I'll just nod my head and then kind of step back.
Delphine will walk up to Willow and she'll untie a crochet bandana that she made for herself to, like, whenever she's cleaning, and she'll take it off and with permission from Willow, go to try to put it on her hair and kind of like in her hair to hold the hair back.
Oh, we'll fully like bow head and just like yes, absolutely, 100%.
And she'll just tie it on. It's a simple little thing, little granny squares that kind of look like flowers. But she'll tie it in there and she'll press her head against Willow's, much like Stakes did. I understand why you have to go. I just am sad to see you go. I will miss being able to read you stories, because I did enjoy doing that at night with you, and I was enjoying teaching you how to do things.
The moment I feel it is safe to come back, I want to, but from the way he puts it, that may not be for a very long time. So, don't go get a galliard too soon.
You always have a place here, even if it's just for a little visit. And whenever you guys do settle, wherever it is you settle, I want you to keep reading stories. If there's a town nearby with a library, you can get a card for free. You should keep learning all the stories you can, because that's what your moon does.
I have to be a light in the dark, just like Ember says.
I'll miss that light here.
I know you will have it within you. You just gotta get it together. And you still got 2-3 Children of Gaia left to like help around and stuff. Yeah, you're probably not even gonna miss me after a while.
Trust me, we'll miss you. I had already bought tickets to go see that Hunger Games movie that I was reading you.
Oh. And like it's like that they were trying to put on a brave face, and that's kind of the thing that's like you can see tears starting to well in the corners. Oh,
But that's okay, because you can find a movie theater up there and you can just go sneak in and watch it. And you don't have to pay stupid human money or anything.
Or you take Quinn, and then he tells Unicorn everything, and then Unicorn tells me how it went, because I am probably not going to be near a town or anything, because it's very foresty and stuff.
I could also tell you how it is, and she'll I'll spend the willpower and I'll activate Mind Speak, take half, because she's literally right in front of me. And in her mind, she'll hear Delphine just say, "I'll tell you all about how the movie went, and when it comes out, and maybe every now and then I can read you stories like this."
And it's like, it is tears pouring, and just goes in for the hug for Delphine, just like so tight around Delphine.
Delphine has never hugged Willow before because she knows Willow doesn't like to be touched, so she's a little off, shocked for a moment, but then she will just very lightly hug her, still trying to be conscious of her comfort level, and will leave plenty of room for whenever she decides that the hug is enough.
Yeah, just like a second shorter than it should be. Willow will back up and wipe the tears away from their face, and then turn to Quinn. My brother of Gaia, you gotta keep an eye on them for me. All these dumbasses and shitheads and fuck asses. They need us. Otherwise, Gaia wouldn't have put so many of us here. So you gotta keep up the fight for me, okay?
Of course, Willow. I know I said what I think I needed to say before, but I do want to just let you know that I am and always have been proud of you, Willow. You have done immense work in becoming a Garu, and you will continue to be a great Garu.
And they just sort of take a deep breath and goes in for one more hug around Quinn, just so tight, just like, I need to remember the smell, the feeling, the place, the time. I need to like take a photograph with my brain to make sure I remember every piece of this person.
The hug finally separates. Terrence steps up and holds out a long wooden staff that looks to have carvings all up and down the shaft of the staff in the form of vines with leaves growing off of them. And at the very top, it seems to coil into a unicorn spike. I don't think you're going to have any need for this, and hopefully you don't, but my master gave me this when I learned, and I feel like it's better for you to have it now that you've learned. He passes over the staff to her.
Thank you. Fucking Fenris broke my last one, which had butterflies on it, and I was really excited about it. But this is really pretty. Thank you, Terrence.
Now go on. It's a long journey, and while we'll miss you, we'll look forward to your return.
And just trying so hard not to just go full bawling in public. We'll grip the staff and just sort of salute, and turn around and just start walking.
As Willow heads out onto the sidewalk, they are met by Rook, who's waiting nearby, and the two of them head off together. A pack can't actually be broken because it's a state of mind more than it is a physical thing. Like found family, it's a choice who you include, who you consider part of it. And nothing like distance decides whether that is so or not. So even though Willow may be leaving Tampa, they aren't leaving the Hellhounds. They are just carrying the Hellhounds' mission and message elsewhere. This is where we transition to our final scene of the evening. Our final scene begins at the penthouse hotel room of Matthias Morningkill. Silverfang, but only just, as they are currently inhabited by the worm spirit known as Hashugut, as Raymond has come to learn. Raymond, as you arrive walking through the very fancy hotel lobby, taking the long elevator ride up to the top floor, where there is a short carpeted hallway and a doorway leading to the suite penthouse. This isn't what you'd expect a worm's haven to be like. Usually surrounded by decay, like the swamps that you've been training in for weeks at this point. But instead, this screams luxury. A place you would probably never be able to afford, even on a military pension like you could have been once upon a time. In front of you stands a very elegant filigreed wooden door that you know to be the apartment that you are looking to enter. Now, the question is, did you give Matthias, or Mathiagut, as we've started calling him, the heads up? Or are you just showing up unannounced?
I think I would have showed up unannounced.
Okay. So being unexpected, what's going through Raymond's head as he prepares to knock?
There's a ball of anxiety at the pit of his stomach, because showing up unannounced, hopefully he didn't want to give Hashugut time to prepare anything. You never know what he could have done in the time if I let him know I was going to be here. But there's also that thought in the back of my mind that he probably already knows that I'm coming. We're connected. And he probably heard the conversation I had with Anna. And so, am I really showing up unexpected? And what am I gonna... I have questions. I have things I want to ask, but will he actually answer my questions? Will I get what I need from him? Or will this just be wasted time?
Fair points. As you raise your fist to knock upon the door before it can even make contact, the door opens. And in the doorway stands a man you haven't knowingly seen for quite some time, possibly since your first arrival in Tampa. When Matthias showed you your home, welcomed you to the city, and has been an absent part of the Sept ever since. Matthias looks to you, the smallest but almost most serpentine smile on his face as he says, "Hello, Raymond. I've been expecting you."
Looking up at him, Hashugut, I kind of assumed.
Come in. Would you like something to drink?
I think I'm good for right now, and I'll follow him in.
Are you sure? I have a scotch from 1934. I was looking for a special occasion to open it, and this seems just as good as any.
Though that does sound nice. Again, I think I'll pass.
Your loss, I suppose. And he walks over towards a bar off to one side, a small mini bar, before gesturing over to a set of chairs next to a small round table that seems to be facing out of the windows. He grabs the bottle and a glass and returns to the table, popping the cork on the bottle and pouring the brown liquid into the glass. He then raises it. A toast to us and our future.
Still staring at him as I walk over to, I'm assuming, the empty chair sitting across from him. I'll sit down, stare at him. What future do we have?
Well, I suppose that's partially up to you, but you've already done most of the heavy lifting. However, how pleasant it is, how beneficial it is, remains up to you.
Exactly what benefits can I get from this? Because at this point, you've given me a gift, but you've also taken something away and made it harder for me to use what I already had. So what benefits could there possibly be that wouldn't have more drastic drawbacks?
Do you know what your biggest mistake with Jordan was? You thought you were talking to Jordan when you had a Bane right in front of you that could have answered all of your questions about the worm, about your enemies. Forged knew this and was happy to make himself comfortable in that situation, take advantage of the opportunity. But you didn't, and I can understand why. They were your friend. I suppose they still are, in whatever incarnation they are now. But you and I, we could rule the world together, Raymond.
I'll lean back in the chair, cross my arms. And why exactly do you think that I want to rule the world? I have no desire to rule the world.
Everyone desires to rule the world. They just don't think they can. They don't have the money. They don't have the influence. They don't have the power. They don't have what it takes. But I've watched you, Raymond. I've watched you these past several months. You don't know when to quit. You don't know when to say no. And while others might fault you for that, might call you stubborn or foolhardy, I call you ambitious and full of potential. You made the impossible possible once already. Why stop there? Turning a Fomori back into a living, breathing person after everything they had been through? A part of you had to know during that entire time what was happening, but you refused to let it sway you. You refused to let it stop you from finding a solution. Imagine if you put that kind of effort and ambition to something worthwhile. Something for you. I think you could move mountains. I think we could make Tampa ours. And that's just starting there.
You are correct that I am stubborn. And yes, deep down, I probably knew what was happening with Jordan, and I chose to ignore it. That wasn't a good thing. I should have been more aware, but like you pointed out, I chose to ignore it and push through with my own desire. I regret that.
Why? You were right. You pushed through and you succeeded. And even better than that, he forgave you. He forgave you with little to no effort. You won, Raymond. And it barely cost you a thing.
See, that's where you're wrong. Yes, I did win. I succeeded in what I wanted to do, but it did cost me. It cost me a mentor. It cost me someone that I was close with, someone that a lot of other people in the pack were getting close with, were close with. And I sacrificed him to accomplish my goal. And that's something I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life. And you may not think that that's a little issue that was worth it in the end. And Jordan's back. He forgave me. We're friends again. But I sacrificed a lot to get what I got.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was talking to Raymond, not Delphine. What was Sean to you? I think through the act of transference, you're thinking of Red, and I had nothing to do with that. You weren't close to Sean. You shared one moment by a fire where he showed you your dead friend, your dead mentor, and that brought you some sense of peace. But you weren't close. Far from it. You viewed him with suspicion. A great deal of your time in hell, as all the others did. And for good reason. I know you, Raymond. I'm inside you. So you can puppet the words of your leader, or you and I can recognize this for what it truly is. Highway robbery. That should have been your pack, because you were right. Not someone to be shamed. Not someone to be outcast. Not someone to be demoted. You made change happen. You made the impossible happen. They wanted to kill him. Good thing they didn't, huh? Who made that happen? Sure, Delphine said the word. Sure, she pressed the iron. But was it really her, or was she a tool for you?
In a sense, yes. I used them to accomplish my goal. In a sense, they were tools. But I've come to recognize that the help they gave me was something I needed and not me using them. You can roll your eyes all you want. But Sean was the one that pushed them to help me. Sean was the one that convinced them and me, because I was thinking about ending it. I was thinking about killing Jordan near the end. But he was the one that stopped me. He's the one that convinced me to move forward to help. And yeah, we had that moment at the fire. He helped me talk with Red. But he also taught me when I was in hell. He gave me advice. He showed me a lot when I was up there. And when I was down here, when I would call Red, he would give me advice. We would talk. There were a lot of little moments that I had with him, not big moments, that showed that I was close with him.
All before he cast you out, just like the others. Sent you down here to wonderful Tampa. An honor, right? Not a punishment to go be with the fledgling sept. When you could have stayed with Red, who knows, maybe you could have even saved Red. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. She took your job, why doesn't she take your friend too, right? The one you worked so hard to save. He's spending an awful lot of time with her lately, isn't he? Everything you build will be hers if you let it.
Lean forward in the chair, staring at Hashugut. Is that why you're so mad at Aspen? Is because she took your friend from you? Took you away from Lucas?
Yes. She ejected me out of my home. She took away the only thing that cared about me and I cared about. Yes, Raymond, she took everything from me. Just like Delphine is taking everything from you. That makes us kindred spirits in a way. But see, being here for the past year, I've soaked up a little bit of dear Matthias's ambition. Maybe a little bit of that silver fang is rubbing off on me. Because I see that I can take more than her cairn, her pups. I can take her entire fucking city. Because it's all talk with them. You and I, we're beings of action. So let's act. I don't care to see Gaia crumble, like many of my brethren probably do. It's doing a good job of killing itself on its own. But I am going to make the most of what time we have left. I see no benefit in watching this city rot. Not when it has so much it can feed me. And Aspen's displeasure? That just sweetens the deal all the more.
I mean, when you said that Matthias is rubbing off on you, definitely seems like it. You have a big ambition. You have strong goals and you have strong drive. But I do wonder, why didn't you point that drive into finding Lucas and reconnecting with your friend?
As Lucas let it happen. Just like you're letting what's happening with Delphine happen to you.
See, I knew that I messed up, and I willingly chose to step down, and I voiced that Delphine should step into the position. I mean, we reconciled, we talked. There's still some issues, some anger that's always going to be there until it goes away eventually. But why don't you go try to find Lucas and talk to him? Why don't you reconcile? You're putting all of this anger at Aspen and this hatred towards her, the hatred towards what she's built. Why aren't you trying to find what you lost? Because it seems like that would be a good thing to focus on.
You say you chose to step down, when in actuality, you just beat them to voting you out. Lucas chose to join the cairn Because if not, he had the eyes of the entire sept looking at him, saying, "Oh, they won't do it if he doesn't do it." See, you and Lucas are still mortal, and you care what other people think, what your fellow guru think. And you're so proud. But really, you would have had it all if it were your choice, wouldn't you? You would have stayed leader. You would have cured Jordan. But you saw the tides turning. You saw their displeasure growing, their rebellion. You saw your stock falling. What if it never had to fall again?
If, as you put it, my stock didn't fall, then I wouldn't have been able to learn. Because you're right, I am mortal. I do care about what people think about me. I used to not. I used to not give a shit. But if I didn't fall, if I didn't step down, if I didn't get punished as I did, I would have become something much worse. And now I realize I didn't want that.
Oh, Raymond. I'm so glad that their indoctrination is working for you in the moment. But where was that help when you told Charles? If he thought you were unfit to lead, he could have removed you right then and there. But he didn't.
You're right. He could have easily removed me. But he trusted me to find a way to solve my own problem. And I tried to solve my own problem by myself. And eventually it became too much and I needed the help.
And you got it.
I did.
So who's the real leader here? You wanted something, and you made it happen. Sure, you had to take some lumps along the road. Sure, you had to make some speeches, make some declarations, step down and show your humility and be humble. But in the end, Raymond, you won. And I don't think you give yourself nearly enough credit for it. Oh, it's because my friends helped me. Bullshit. We both know they didn't care and would have been happy if he died in the process. You were the only one who cared. But now they get to reap the rewards of your care. Do you think they've fucked yet? Do you think they've spent the night at your house? Your house? I bet they have.
At that, I do twitch a little bit. But still looking at him, still locking eyes. Jordan is his own person. I made sure to promise him that I would not interfere with whatever he wanted to do with his life at this point. I'm happy to see my friend happy.
Without you?
If he chose to leave and be happy without me, I would respect his decision, like I told him.
You're already giving me what I want, Raymond. I know you're here to find out whatever it is I really want, because maybe I'll fuck off and go away if I tell you, and you can encourage me in some way. But really, I'm getting what I want, and I've told you since the very beginning what I want. Access. And now I'm getting it. So if you think there's some magical solution, some magical answer that throwing Lucas in my face is going to make a difference, Lucas is beneath me. Aspen is beneath me. I have much bigger plans now. So you can be a part of those plans, or you can continue to be the good little boy following orders from their superiors. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. They had death wishes. That's why they sacrificed. Anything to get away from here. Sean, Juniper, maybe even Eliza.
I did come here to find a solution. I did come here to ask to see what I could do to get you to leave Matthias and everything would be happy, but I'm seeing that's not the case.
Why would I leave Matthias? Have you seen this room? I know you haven't seen his bank account, but let me tell you, it's substantial. Why would I leave? I have everything I could want, and the ability to get anything I don't have. Do you want to be a part of that or not? I mean, I suppose you don't really have a say either way. I just rather would have you willing. But I guess you were willing when you made the deal, weren't you?
At that point, Ray's going to stand up from the chair and then look at Matthias and say, I mean, I do have an answer to your question. Go fuck yourself. And then I will walk and leave the apartment.
As you step out, closing the door a little bit more forcefully behind you, what is Raymond feeling now?
Ray's feeling a lot angrier. That anxiety is gone and it is replaced by annoyance and anger. he knew going in it would be difficult to really figure out what he would want, like, to find a solution from this conversation. Maybe the tiniest of inkling, sure, but that conversation was just Hashugut stroking his ego. And at this point, I don't know how I can do what I did last time with Jordan and free Matthias. Eliza said that all Banes are not evil, that they are doing what they want because it's their nature. But what Hashugut is planning and what Hashugut is doing to Matthias, it's evil. And that needs to be solved one way or another.
But was he wrong in its entirety? You did lose your position. You can say gave it up, but be honest. You did receive shame. And your friend, the one that was your sole purpose for the past 2 years, finds themselves in the arms of another. Curing Matthias was never the difficult part. Anna Pelfrey said a rite of cleansing should do the trick, though there will be damage done on the way out, as there always is. But being rid of Hashugut in his entirety, that is going to be far more difficult. This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without 2 more scenes. Our final 2 scenes, in truth, are just one scene, but from 2 different angles. The first angle is of a pack of wolves leaving the state of Florida, beginning the long trek home as one solid family unit. Leaving behind the family they found for the family that always was theirs, Will-O-Wisp begins a new journey, a new path. Will they ever see the lights of Tampa again? Maybe. But as has been said all throughout, the life of Guru is a dangerous one. The life of Guru dedicated to the woods even more so. Because development is constantly growing. But just as I said, this was 2 scenes become one. We go from one Willow to another. As a sapling sits upon the floor of the cigar factory, our vision blurs to that of the umbra, a photo negative laid upon another photo, where the roots begin to bury themselves into the ground, taking hold of the earth beneath, spreading like veins through the soil. Did you take this offshoot of Grandmother Willow away from their home? Or did you give them a new one? This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Thank you to our guest, Nick, for reprising his role of Izzy. And a big thank you to Echo for playing Will-O-Wisp this whole time. I know this pack will miss you, but another group will be very, very happy to have you soon enough. For all of you watching at home, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed down below and sign up for our community by following that Discord link. And if you're signing up for things and you have $5 a month to spare, why not join our Ko-fi, where you can get all kinds of behind the scenes material, including sneak peeks into things coming up, maybe an early look at Echo's new character art when that becomes available. That'll be available to Ko-fi members. So go check all of that out and more. It supports this channel. It supports this community. It supports this very program. And we are so, so grateful for that support for these amazing players. I'm Kent. Make sure to tune in to Red Tide Rising on Sunday and then Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday, because this story is going to keep rolling on over the 3 separate programs that make up the Tampaverse. So check them all out. But thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.